Everybody, game one, day 4, ACL 2024, and we're out in the middle for the all-important toss. The Indian Tigers versus the Kangaroos. We've got our captains, Piyush and Savar, and our umpires to oversee the toss. India, you're going to toss. Heads is the call.
And it's heads.
And it's a head. Savar, you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
Yeah, we're going to have a bat first.
Any thinking, what you're thinking behind that?
Yeah, the pitch is looking great. I think if we set a good total today, we can defend it. And scoreboard pressure, hopefully we'll get to them.
And what are you expecting from your team today? Yesterday you said you're in the finals, and now you're just not quite sure. So what are you expecting from your team?
Yeah, I think we'll be pretty ruthless today and come with full force, and I think we've got a good chance.
Definitely. Go well. Have a good game. Piyush,
Yes, sir.
what conditions? They were just very difficult conditions last night. What did you make of last night, first of all?
Our team combination firstly was not that much good, and particularly we were short of 20 to 30 runs, so that much only.
Yeah, difficult conditions. The wind was just absolutely blowing a gale across the ground here. Now, what are you expecting from your team today?
We are expecting a good competition, and we will try to win it.
You definitely need a win, don't you? So you'll be putting your best foot forward. What would you have done if you've won the toss?
We would have ball first only.
All right, so it's worked out well for both teams. Go well. Hope
you,
your
sir.
team goes well, Piyush. Hey, Umps, how are you going? You enjoying this competition?
Yes, very good so far. Last night's weather was very challenging with the wind. It was blowing the boundaries all over the place, so it was very hard to say which was 4s and 6s. But we got there in the end, so it was quite challenging.
And you must be very impressed with the quality of this competition and the players that they've had.
Yes, I have been. The first game I did was 148 all, so we had to have a super over. So it's the first time I've umpired that, and that was an interesting experience.
First super over in this competition's history, and yeah, what a great result. Well, we've got a magnificent conditions here today at the North Dalton Park. Wollongong, you guys go well as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get back into it. Big day of cricket, ACL 2024.
The Indian Tigers, would they be raring to go? Because they're searching for a way to win in this tournament. And Kangaroos have already had a tight game, the very first of theirs, against the Kiwi Warriors. So it's a contrasting contest when it comes to the two sides. One side needs to win, the other side can afford time off on the beach alongside this ground. Piyush Kant, he has to assume more responsibility as well. I won't be surprised even if he's promoted up the order today. Captain Piyush Kant. The batter is absolutely still. Talk about being still. And 2 runs.
And off to a really nice start. That's exactly what you're looking for as a batter. That close to full toss. I think it was a full toss on the leg side. Paddled around. The 2 fielders out, and they're allowed 2 out in the first 4 overs. Deep backward square and a deep third man protecting the boundary.
Very good delivery. And that bounce as well is very encouraging for a bowler.
Really enjoyed going out there for the toss. Just taking a look at this square again. It's in such good condition.
Yeah, how much has it changed? Is it screaming runs again, or is it going to be a contest even Steven?
Yeah, look, it is the same wicket as yesterday, so effectively it's at least a 2-day old wicket.
Then you can expect to slow down a little bit. That pitch.
Often in, say, when we look at Test cricket, isn't it? Like the second day is often the best day to bat. There are no divots or pitch marks or anything in the wicket. It's ideal for one-day cricket. And the conditions are set for some big scoring. Interesting talking to Coach Dave Taylor yesterday. He said they are of the attitude they don't take much notice of the conditions. It's more what they feel their strengths are when they decide what they're going to do when they win the toss. And Savar, the Kangaroos captain, won the toss today and just said, yeah, look, we'll bat. And obviously they feel they're a better team to post and then save runs.
They've shown their prowess in chasing too, and he would want to check all boxes before the big games.
That's a good point. Yeah, you want to at least have experienced both sides of the game, don't you? I think, so that if you do get a decision you don't like, well, that you are ready for any set of circumstances.
Cricket's a funny game.
Oh,
You'll be unbeaten throughout. A certain Travis Head would ensure that the crown stays atop the Aussies. Should be taken. It's catching practice. Didn't have to wait long for the first wicket. The captain shows the way.
And that's a they make sure that their short one's a little quicker often. Hurries onto the bat, which is what happened there, and early wicket. That'll put the tails up of the Tigers. They'll get their tails up. But I like your point, yeah, around going through undefeated in the early rounds, and then all of a sudden you get to the final and chances are you think, gee, could this be the game we lose? And maybe a little doubt starts creeping in. Anyway, good start by the Tigers. Wicket in the first over. Only 3 runs, Hurd and Chetan. Chetan, who batted beautifully yesterday. As I said a couple of times, he seemed to go through his gears. He started off and wanted to consolidate and wasn't picking up the single, and then he started picking up the singles, and he started picking up twos, and then as he got into third gear, that's when we saw the boundaries. So signs of a really quality player that can do that. So he's in good form. He's at the non-striker's end. We have Hurd on strike.
The good news that Piyush Kant was generating pace and bounce is something that the Indian Tigers can be proud of from one end. How will the other end behave? Right on the money there. Right on the money.
Nice start. Yeah, looks like he's got some nice rhythm. When you've got to win the game, I think sometimes you're less tense and less nervous. You sort of throw caution to the wind and say, come on, we've just got to get out there and do this. That means you can relax a little bit. Your muscles aren't so tight. You get into process mode rather than outcome mode.
Ah, fair point. There's a man who turned up in blue so many times for so many years. Currently is turning up in yellow in the IPL. Who says the same thing?
Oh, really?
MS Dhoni.
Ah, well, what a legend. Boy, he's a good cricketer. Unconventional. So you just think sometimes he just makes it up as he goes along, but effective. Effective.
You can always make a plan A and plan B, plan C, and still go with your gut feeling. Is that another? Oh well, did reach it, but did so with one hand.
Wouldn't have been out to no ball. No ball, so this will be a free hit.
Survives the free hit. Oh, could have been touch and go. Wasn't sliding the bat, full stretch.
He's off strike. So his innings is underway. 1 for 6. Brings Hurd back on strike.
Grant, the body language of the Indian Tigers. They got to be buzzing at this stage. In a must-win game. Height and distance. Full of it.
And that's just ricocheted off the grandstand.
Tanish Chetan getting promoted today, and Hurd smashing this one away. Does this carry to third man? He's completed a good catch. He's indeed completed a good catch. I thought it was going to be a story of overrunning, but he curtailed his movement. Excellent balance and something that will...
Hurd would be very disappointed with that, having hit a terrific six beforehand. He's mishit that. He tried to hit it in a similar space. Big, thick outside edge that's carried all the way to the third man boundary. We saw that a couple of times yesterday. A great shot and then out the next ball. And that brings Angus Bloxham to the crease, who has already taken all before him in this tournament. Couple of 60s. Didn't get player of the match yesterday, so because Chetton ended up bowling so nicely, so he brought together two elements of the game. But
match-winning performances, and it's exactly this pair that ensured the opposition was in despair.
I like that. Saw what you did then. Very good.
Thank you. I'll tell you what, the situation is completely different. The ball they're facing is completely different. 12 for 2.
The academy system they have, so most of these players in the Kangaroos side are from Perth, Western Australia, which obviously is on the west coast of Australia, our biggest state by land area. But they've got an academy that they've set up through this system, and didn't quite get that. That would have been a huge wicket. Sorry, you've got this academy set up, and so the ACL extends well beyond just playing games. It's about getting young people involved in cricket, giving them another level to play, bringing them in for specialist coaching. One of their leg spinners yesterday has been coached privately by Coach Dave Taylor as well, and bowled extremely well. So this is about developing young cricketers through academy systems, bringing them into match play, which is what's provided by the ACL.
Such an important breakthrough. An early exit, something that Angus is used to. He has shown he's shown invincibility till now.
And how quickly fortunes can turn when you feel you're in form, 60-60, and all of a sudden you're on your way back, first ball.
Still the best average in the entire tournament.
Yes.
No, they've got to find a new hero today. Tanishq Chetan's still out there. So the Indian Tigers have come out with a plan. And the self-belief is working today.
Yes, I can feel just a different energy about the Indian team today. It's almost like it's righto, our backs are to the wall. We know we need to win this. We need to take our catches. We need to bowl well.
Piyush Khan doing the right thing, keeping himself on. Collingwood batting outside the crease.
The tails are up, so as playing a miss.
There's a hint of movement after pitching. And once again, a marvellous delivery in the corridor of uncertainty. Is to ensure that the batter feels more settled. It's an early start today, remember, the first 20 minutes, 25 minutes with a bit of rain. It can always be tricky, the surface. You had a closer look, as you said. Are they blades of grass that scream trouble for the batter?
Not really. No, not really. Not enough. I think they do talk in millimetres, like at to sort of 5 millimetres to 6 millimetres. Anything less than that, you're not going to get terrific seam work off that. But once it gets a little higher than that, oh look, I would love to give a rap to the groundsman who's sitting right in front of us at the moment. I went for a lovely run this morning, Suas, and about 6 o'clock, these guys are out mowing the oval. They're rolling the pitch, and now it gets to 9:45 and they're just having breakfast. So, you know, well done to the North Dalton Oval community. Great shot.
That'll go for 4. The moment it left the bat, he knew it's going to go for 4.
Threw his hands at that, Chetton. Collingwood has joined Chetton in the middle. Now they've pushed the cover back. And that could be 2. In and out. They're going for 2. Now that's what I didn't see yesterday from Chetton early on. I saw him play within himself and hit balls to fielders, but that time he can just see how he's really starting to find his groove. 2 from the moment it left the bat.
Such a compact cricketer. You've talked about him being pocket-sized dynamo. I think that's what we called him yesterday on commentary. But he utilizes that height to great advantage. It sort of becomes easier for him to pick the right length on this kind of a surface with extra bit of bounce. It becomes easier for him rather to play shots. The top edge will still speak the language that he wants. 2 runs.
Well, you take a look at some of your Indian greats. Sachin, he wasn't very tall, was he?
No.
Sonny Gavaskar, he wasn't very tall. 2 of the absolute legends of not just Indian cricket, of world cricket.
I think Ponting as well from
He's not that tall.
Australia.
Yeah,
who took on the shorter delivery.
That's right.
With love.
Yep. No, so it's game for all shapes and sizes cricket, and that's why we love it. Oh, boy.
And there are shots of this kind as well. That's why we love it. He's so unpredictable now, Tanishq. It's the confidence of the previous innings rubbing off.
Exactly right. And this is where I want to see the young player ahead of him, that he could be batting and bringing his team into a really strong position.
The amount of running that he's done within the power play as well is commendable.
No ball. No ball, Suas.
This This is a sin.
There's the signal from the umpire. Yeah, well, I agree. You just can't be doing that.
Oh, wow! This is what a clear mind can do. Might be 3 down in the power play, but who cares? If
Premeditate what he was going to do, but he executed. It's one thing having a plan in your mind. The other thing is executing it, and that cleared the boundary by a long way. Well played.
Now, it's a shot that he wouldn't have attempted had it not be a free hit. Having said that, you can't take anything away from him, isn't it? What kind of a shot was that?
Oh, definitely.
Absolutely. Out of the blue, against the blue. 36 for 3.
Sometimes I wish that shot had been invented when we played back in the old.
To get the best seat in the house to witness that shot, view that shot. Telling today's kids, don't be a bowler. The reason I ask you that is because all these kinds of shots have come up, and I understand there are 2 new balls being introduced into the game in the slightly longer format, not in T20 of course. Love the intensity. Love the intensity. But the game is predominantly batting in terms of the laws. Again, I'll continue to harp on the free hit factor as well.
Yeah, and that's why, sir, I just love Test cricket. And I just hope we don't lose Test cricket from all our formats, because Test cricket balances out everybody's ability. If you're a strong bowler, then you've got a massive part to play, because you need to get 20 wickets to win the Test normally. And if you're a batter, batting skills, you get a job in the first 6, top 6.
Yes. So much control oozing.
But I take your point. You know, it's sort of, what's the glamour role in cricket at T20? It certainly is the power, impact batter that can clear the boundary, has a tremendous eye, isn't so reliant on their skills in terms of forward defence, backward defence. They can sort of use their eye to get out of most situations. Long live Test cricket. So as for mine, I just hope Test cricket never goes away. And look, we've got another tremendous series coming up, Australia-India next season. Then following that, Australia will play England in the Ashes, which I'm sure other countries enjoy watching as well.
Oh, this is going to be painful. He's decided to endure it.
No, and I'm sorry, I think the umpire's doing a great job, but I don't agree with that call. He was making an effort to move and get out of the road, which shouldn't have called, my view, I might be wrong, but that doesn't deem that a dead ball. Anyway, you got sent back. Such a high regard for the umpires, we can't play the game without them. and they've done a fantastic job so far. Yeah, he's talking to his mate saying, "Oh, he swung," but no. As soon as he moved and made some effort, that's in the act of playing a shot. So after 5 overs, 3 for 37.
3 for 37. And the umpires are usually very, very serious, isn't it? It was a very animated and exaggerated discussion.
They are very well. What I love about it is they're very serious about their craft, and they're very serious about doing the right thing and doing a good job.
We've got some excellent umpires. Manjinder, Rodney, Frankie, and many more. They've been at it all the time. They've ensured that the games go ahead in the right spirit.
I played my first A-grade game against Richard Illingworth. He's now toured the world as one of the best umpires. And I often look at him and go, what a career. Well, he played for England, of course, and he played in World Cups. But what a career and what life he's had touring the world, doing something he loves. And he's a very good umpire. And I often look at him and go, I played against you.
And what did you do, Grant? Put pressure on him by appealing.
I'll tell you what I did do. I got out to him about third ball for a duck. I shouldn't. That brings back bad memory.
How in Australia they say, I got out to the umpire.
I got out to the umpire.
The bowler had a role to play, you know.
That's right. They're always in the game.
The bowler had a role to play.
The first grade captain said to me, "Watch his arm ball. Watch his arm ball. It'll look like a normal, which because he's that good. I wasn't that good. Yeah, because I didn't pick it.
You just lost it on the last word. You watched the arm and that too of the umpire rise.
That's exactly right. Chetney's batting beautifully. I like the way what he's done. So this is what I think he's done. He's taken yesterday's momentum into this innings. He's playing some really nice shots, and now he knows that he's still got 15 overs left to go, and he's saying, I'm going to take responsibility for this innings. They can bat around me. I'm in form. My mate Angus got a good one early, so it's up to me. Love it.
I am very, very surprised that... the throw had to be on, but I think it was a very risky single, a single that you might think twice if the scoreboard's reading 38 for 3.
Hey, Suez, what about the running of the Afghanistan side last night?
Oh, yes. Tap and run, tap and run.
They basically took a single to anyone standing on the edge of the circle, and the only time they didn't take a single was when they hit it forcefully for someone who's a bit inside the circle. Suez and I are looking at it going, this is amazing. And then we were later to find out that they had played a fair bit together, so there was a great understanding.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, stealing is an offence in New South Wales, not if it's a single inside the circle. Unbelievable.
Doobie and Smith.
Dubey and Jake. Jake and Dubey, and as we had a lovely person hold out a card for us.
Yep.
And a stat for us from outside the window here in the commentary box. I think the world should know this. Tells you how seriously cricket is taken in this part of the world.
Oh, definitely.
And commentary is taken too. Happy that we're doing a good job then. He came to us, listeners, he came to us. This is not going to come to the bowler. The fielder had to be better than that.
A nice relief for him. Beat the inside field.
Yeah, coming back to the story. So that gentleman held a note typed out very elaborately so that the commentators never get confused. And we could see it on the other side of the window pane. So, and he ensured that we read it completely as well, allowed us enough time to do so. And it had all the information about Jake, about Dubey, And it added to the commentary as to why they were so quick between the wickets. The reason being they play so much of cricket together in Canberra for the same university side as well. So they understand each other so well that it didn't even take calling. Just eye movements and they ran too sometimes.
Yeah, it was a masterclass in short form play running between the wickets.
And what do you want to talk about? What do you want to tell about Safi's passion? Picking up wickets and then the celebration.
No, as we've said a few times, the ability to play this high level, next level cricket means so much. So let's take a look. Deep fine legs going down. Backward squares come into the circle. Deep mid wicket, deep long on, and a deep sweeping cover are the men out.
As the sun beats down on the surface, it'll get better to bat on is the general theory. The first 30 minutes, as Test cricket has taught us, belongs to the bowlers. And it sort of stands true here as well. It's an early start today.
Yep, plenty of great cricket ahead of us. And just could, I don't know how you could get better conditions. It's about 21, 22 degrees, no breeze.
And will have enough to go for 4.
And that's the problem with that floating sort of slip, deep slip in the cover area. You've just got to get yourself so in the right position to pick that up because they fly through there. So even about 2 or 3 metres either side, it goes for 4, exactly like what happened just then.
That is... There'll be 4 more. And this was even more attacking and in control. Collingwood took time to get off the mark. He didn't take time to reach 12.
And this is good batting by Collingwood. Now, do you remember what I mentioned to you yesterday about Collingwood?
The one who represented England.
Last time I saw you, were in Melbourne. It's one of the more famous football clubs in Australia is Collingwood. And you're either really with them or you're really against them normally, yeah.
Where do you sit?
I'm a Carlton supporter, so I'm against them.
That is exquisite timing and placement. Might not have the fuel to go for 4. But as Thakur has shown, running between the wickets is his forte.
That's hit the stumps in the full. Yeah, no, Carlton and Collingwood supporters are...
A shout out to the Collingwood supporters here for the one with the bat in hand. He took time to get going, but now he's ensured that the rewards are also reaped. Much like that rare mutual fund.
It's just been called wide, so there's a re-bowl. You know, have you heard that famous rivalry between Rangers and Celtic in Ireland? It's
tell me more about it, please.
Sorry, it's Scotland. Guy, again. Yeah,
it's a Scottish rivalry.
Yeah, it's a Scottish rivalry. Celtic and Rangers. Well, Carlton Collingwood is our version of that in Australia.
How would you put it in India terms? Is it really as big as India Pakistan or?
No, well, India-Pakistan, I think, is globally renowned as a rivalry, isn't it? So I don't think anyone outside Australia really would call Collingwood Carlton a global rivalry, but there are a few bigger rivalries in the world than India-Pakistan is there on a lot of levels. That's what I really loved. What I so enjoyed seeing in the social media was the trials that were taking place in Pakistan, and Dave Taylor was telling me that some of the families had driven days to be at the trials, and they had hundreds of kids arrive at the trial to be part of this competition. And they went through a really good process, and they made sure everyone got a fair go, and they had a really structured way of doing it. They were, bowl 6 balls. I want to see line of length, and I want to see 6 variations. And they ended up picking 2 teams of 14 that played, so they saw them in the middle, and it was done very, very well. But what I found fascinating was the movement from Pakistan into India across the border. That was something that was so interesting, and then they went and did a very similar process in India, and here we are seeing the results of the Indian trials.
I'll tell you what, we have one for the IPL, and I think BBL would be a beautiful thing to happen as well for BBL, and I'm talking about a documentary. I think this tournament's worth a documentary too, because of the groundwork that's gone in to identify, polish and fast-track talent at the under-19 level.
I totally agree. Absolutely.
Netflix, are you listening?
The human interest story beyond sport. There's been one. Just let this.
Oh, he had picked the spot nicely, and the line has just helped him play that swivel.
Formula One racing, Suas. There's Formula One, and those fly-on-the-wall type documentaries where you get to see inside the team environment, take a look at the culture. Well, what I think would be fascinating was to follow even one of these players in their journey into this competition, and then into this playing and this coming to Australia, and then where they go beyond. Because a lot of the Indian players in the last tournament another wide, were from the Punjab region, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they were highly competitive. In fact, at least one, and maybe 2, then went on and played in the Open competition down in Cranbourne. So there's a pathway. My point here is that there's a pathway for these players at under-19 level then to go into the next stage of this Australian Cricket League competition.
Sounds like an interesting story brewing. 66 for 3 in 7 overs.
Could you do that? Could you do a documentary? I reckon with your skills, you could definitely do it.
I would love to be the fly on the wall in some of these dressing rooms.
Look at this. Pick the gap beautifully there. Yesterday, they were going to the fielders. Today, they're going into the gaps. This is a player that is moving through this little window that he's got when he's really in lovely form.
For the first time in this little innings of his, he discovers that not all of his bat is the middle.
He's gone to 39. Collingwood on 14, 3 for 69. We're going into the 8th over, so run rate's pretty good.
Mind you, Grant, he played some exquisite shots last time as well. It's just that he was batting at a time where the field was nicely spread out. 2 more runs here. Might be 3. That was an absolutely poor throw. I think he got confused as to which end to throw at and threw bam in the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, and then the person backing up let it go between his legs, and that's not good support either.
7 gone, 72 for 3. So yesterday, some of the shots that Tanishq hit went to the fielders in the deep because the field was spread out. It was a different zone that he was batting in, different situation. Today, in the power play, nurdling the ball in the gap, getting boundaries for the same shots that were granting him 2. Couple of quick wickets and he was doing damage control yesterday. He did the same thing today in the power play. Losing Angus was supposed to be a jolt, but the way they've come back here, the Kangaroos, the bounce back has been a treat to watch.
Yeah, I'd like to see if this Collingwood can get going too, because he looks like he's got plenty of ability. As we mentioned, coming through this academy system they've got over there in Western Australia. And the coach has got a lot of first-class experience and scored 300 in a game in England, a county-level game.
A triple century.
Yeah, that's unreal, isn't it?
It's just incredible. Imagine being coached by such a stalwart. So much to learn for the young boys.
I had the great honour of working with Barry Richards when I was at Queensland Cricket, because he was our CEO, and he got 100 in a session against Lilly, Mackenzie, some of the really top Australian bowlers, and he got 300 in a day. And they've got his wagon wheel up in the SACA, which is the South Australian Cricket Association. Pick up at least 1 in, out 2, yep. And it's just highlighted to me when I was looking at that, what a shame it was that South Africa at that stage weren't able to play any more Test cricket when you had such great players like Barry. He only played 4 Tests in the end.
Yeah, lots of players were unfortunate to be.
Yeah, this is a true story about Barry Richards to us.
Yeah.
He dominated that much at county cricket that when he got bored once or twice, he just used to play with the edge of the bat. And I said to him, I said, was that true or just made up? There's a quick single. He said, no, I did it. He faced up with the edge of his bat. He just played it with the edge. Fancy having that great hand-eye coordination and that much skill.
As an opposition, I'm trying to bore the batter in.
Yeah.
Playing with the edge of the bat because you're bored?
Yeah.
Such a thrill junkie, adrenaline junkie.
And, of course, our great Don Bradman, he used to
practice.
Hit a golf ball up hit it against the wall with his stump.
There are 2 kinds of batters, isn't it, the world cricket has seen. One is who plays with a golf ball, who played with a golf ball to get better at cricket. And the other is someone like Andre Russell, who hits the ball so far that it looks like a golf ball once it goes up in the air.
I want India to do something here because I think this
And
innings has the potential of taking the game away from India if they don't do something about.
And there was a brief period, Grant, where bats could be as big as they can be in terms of their blade. And who better than David Warner to mention here, where his blade, I think, was as big as some of the faces of the bat that we get in India at the lower levels.
Yep, and there's this famous shot of Barry Richards at the South Australian Cricket Association holding up his bat and David Warner's bat.
Yeah. How many of his bats could fit in there?
Oh, I reckon nearly 4 or 5.
80 for 3.
Chetan, man of the match from yesterday's.
On a good day, David Warner could hit a 6 with the blade of the bat.
Yep.
Instead of edge and taken, you would say edge and 6.
What team do you support in the IPL?
For a long time, it was CSK. And I happened to work with a couple of franchises.
Oh, good. So have you got a favourite at
Did
the
the
moment?
meet and greet for the Punjab Kings last year.
Excellent.
LSG is something that I'm getting more enamored by. Of course, Delhi Capitals, because I come from Delhi and I've been a Delhi boy all throughout. The never-ending love for CSK comes up.
Who are your
predominantly these 2-3 franchises.
Yeah, sure. Oh, here's our leggy. Oh. He didn't bend his back, and that's where I'd be very disappointed, and I don't like criticising, but you've got your leggy come on. He bowled beautifully yesterday. What he wants to do is build pressure, and what he wants to do is keep the batter on strike, and they just went through his legs there again, down for 2.
It's a very audacious appeal. You needed 2 sets of stumps to try and get the umpire interested for that. That appeal is...
But I like this because his first two balls he's thrown up and tempting the batter, and this is what's needed.
I'm very concerned about Haroon, who's gone off the field and is limping. His services with the ball in hand will be vital.
Oh, that's a problem for the Indian Tigers if Haroon's injured. And that's out.
Yep.
Well stumped. Good work, bowler and keeper. Now that's supporting your bowler. Chetan gave it up, didn't he? He got too far down and out of his crease, and that's because the leggy was prepared.
I think it's not the end of the over, but they took a break because a wicket had fallen. And of course there was a drinks break around the corner. It's one of the peculiar things that Kangaroos do. Both the batters walk off. It happened yesterday too. I think they do that deliberately to confuse commentators.
Well, it doesn't take much from my perspective. I can get easily fooled.
Kangaroos 2, commentators 0.
But that was a nice stumping. Under pressure, player in form. We'll be back after the drinks break. new batter, DePaul, for the Kangaroos.
We haven't seen a captain's innings so far in this tournament because the team's been doing the work for him. Can Sauer peak at the right time? The running between the wickets has been one of the talking points when it comes to the Kangaroos. They've been so certain about some of the runs that required so much clarity. It's just that they played a lot of cricket together. Usually in teams around the world as well, we see some of the franchises struggle because these are players who play in different teams in different times of the year. Very different when it comes to Kangaroos. 85 for 4 at the halfway stage.
After 10 overs, so that's halfway through. Double that, we get to 170. Could be on the cards. 8.5, the run rate. Very good run rate. The highest score of the tournament's been the 140 so far. With these close to immaculate conditions, that double 85 should be a real possibility. 170 would be a very good total. So they will have totals in their mind. The Indians will have totals in their mind that they want to keep them, restrict them to. And we've got the left-hander Collingwood back on strike.
Spinners in operation from both ends. This could be tight. He's chosen the non-strikers in, interestingly.
So this is Damon Bra into the attack for the Indian Tigers.
One thing that the Kangaroos have concentrated on every single game that they played is running between the wickets, and we keep harping about that point because it's just remarkable. One team that can probably give them a tough fight in the same category would be Afghanistan Eagles.
Wow, yeah, what a clash that would be.
It's like two magicians going head to head because each other, they would know each other's tricks on how it's performed.
Yeah, one thing I've learnt in life, never ask a magician how to do how he does his tricks or her tricks. I don't like telling you, for good reason, of course.
Have you ever tried doing it?
I have. Yeah, I've got a go-to. I can't really explain it, but I've got a go-to. And it's worked a couple of times. Anyway, let's get back to the more important stuff. Collingwood back on strike, 22. 4 for 89, the Kangaroos. Oh no, okay.
Having read the googlies behind the wicket, having read the magic that the spinner usually tries to get the better of the batter for and with, Grant O'Hara has picked up the sleight of hand Grant, which magic trick do you do? Is it a coin trick or?
No, it's actually now. I can't give much away because, as I said, good magicians never give up.
But we'd love to see it.
It's a magic fairy dust trick.
Fairy dust.
Yep,
trick.
where it goes from the fairy dust goes from a cup into somebody's hand without them knowing it. That's it. I'm not giving away any more. If I give away it, I'll be banned from the guild.
Magician circle.
The Magicians
the
Guild.
Oh, lovely.
I'll be
And who's your favorite?
excommunicated.
Oh.
But it works.
Apart from Shane
I can
Morgan.
get magic dust from a cup
So-
into somebody's hand without them even knowing it, and I can prove it by getting them to show their hand. So it says like that, and it goes like that, and it's there. Righto, let's go. Now, that's it. The guild. I'll be on the phone in a moment saying, that's it, you're out. Nice shot. Nice use of the feet. As I've said a few times, I love watching these leg spinners. Sarith. He's got a future. But one thing I love about them is the courage they've got to show in the format. The chance, they always seem to me to be in and with a chance of getting a wicket. So you talk about young players and saying it's a batter's game. Tell that to Sarith. Look at him. Getting his field in place. Working to his own plan. And he's just got this lovely action.
Nigel Shah?
I'm sorry, is it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, thank you. Yeah, apologies. Just a little hard. I'm sitting side on. I'm not catching the numbers like I could or should.
Oh, this is at least 2 more. The Indian Tigers been able to put pressure out by breaking partnerships, yes, but some of the deliveries haven't gone according to plan because of the line of the ball.
Umpire signalled leg by then too, so not accredited to the batter. Ooh.
That was very deliberately played. There's some shots that deserve a boundary, but in cricket it doesn't work that way. They keep buzzing.
Tigers don't buzz. Tigers roar.
Tigers roar, true.
They're not the bees.
Well done, Grant.
You'd have some.
I can see 15 names here, but I can't see number 12.
No doubt.
$98 for 4 in 11 overs. But that's Kash. Was right now standing at sweeper cover.
Damon Brack back into the attack again from the southern end. The North Dalton Oval. It's lived up to all expectations. Saw this picturesque ground right on the beach. We call Wollongong in Australia the Riviera of the east, because we're on the east coast. If you put your togs, you're going to go for a swim?
Don't tempt me. Something that I really need right now, given the current schedules of ours.
You'd strike a real figure there too, I reckon, walking down and we call them togs. And all the states have different names. We had togs, trunks, costumes.
Oh, okay.
What do you call them in India? Swimming attire.
A swimming attire?
Yeah.
In India, we don't have a fixed swimming attire, actually. You could just jump in your innerwear.
Oh, really?
Nobody cares, yeah.
Oh, good job. Excellent.
Somebody will care if you realize that you've lost it while you're jumping. No, Grant.
It's wide. Collingwood 28. Captain Savar de Paul 5. 4 for 99.
Two more. This is very interesting that here is a team that doesn't work separately on running between the wickets off the field. The coaches don't have a drill for it, but they're so good at it naturally.
Yeah, might take. Oh, he's misfielded. I think they've had a couple of misfields out there. Is that number 8? I might know. Not number 8. You know,
And he couldn't be happier that you don't know the jersey number at this stage. He couldn't be happier.
Yeah, exactly. But he's going to show me now because he's coming over. He's coming over. He's about to put his back to me, and it's number 7. I was close.
Azan.
Azan. Come on, Azan.
Oh, that was asking to be hit. And he's such a good reader of length. He's put in the hard work.
He saved that. Good job. That's the first 3, I reckon, of the innings.
You have a theory, don't you?
Yes, I do. And I'm going to
go for it.
I'm adding them up. My theory is the team that scores the most threes 90% of the time will win the game.
Not on the scorecard, you mean on the ground?
Yeah.
Clarify that.
Yep. Yeah, on the ground, yeah.
I got him!
Over pitch, Yorker length. Needed for the Indian Tigers. The Collingwood Magpies.
Collingwood loses timber.
It's good to see that we can put the bails back on the stumps after the ferocious, wasn't that? I spoke to the umpire after the game and he
As a
thought he was
keeper,
gonna
have you
get
ever
blown over.
suspected the bails to be glued to the stumps? Have you ever suspected that? Because sometimes I see Mahendra Singh Dhoni go up and shake the stumps up a little bit so that the bails fall.
What has happened, I think, is with the we got the
Zinger bails.
Zinger bails, and they're heavy.
Oh, they are heavy.
Or heavier anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah, heavier than the normal bail. And I know there's a commentator in Australia called Rodney Hogg. He played a lot of cricket for Australia. And I'm pretty sure it was Rodney who said that his theory is because the bail's heavy, it's staying in the. Do you remember us talking in Cranmont about how high the stumps are and how many centimetres they are?
No, come again.
Because I'm starting to think how heavy the bail was and how wide the bail was and how it sits in the groove. But no, the stumps are 77 centimetres high.
77 centimetres.
So I just think whoever came up with cricket with the dimensions is a genius. I think the stumps appear to be exactly the right height. The wicket seems to be exactly the right length.
Ask a bowler. Could have been higher.
True.
That's because you're squatting.
True.
So from your vantage point, it looks higher.
True. That's true. Yes, I am seeing it from one perspective. But the ball...
No jokes apart.
I don't want the ball any harder because it hurts. It hurts when you catch it.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, when it catches a bit of moisture, it gets a little heavier.
5 for 106. New batter, Hedges. Joins his skipper, Savar. 13 overs down, and they're in good shape. Could be the highest posting total of the tournament so far.
Grant, a wicket has fallen, and again, I'm going to put you in the keeper's shoes once again, or should I say the keeper's gloves once again.
Yep.
What was your go-to motivating line at a time like this when a new batter has come in?
To the bowler? Or to
To the entire team?
Yeah, it's... You know, it is...
Of course, not to the batter.
Yeah, no.
You weren't that kind.
Oh, the batter was in you. What we used to do, and what Shane Warne did beautifully, was talk to the batter but through the team.
Yeah.
You know, he would always say, so you didn't look like you were engaging directly with the batter, but every comment you made was made, or most of the comments were made with the batter's psyche in mind. Just try to get in his head, because flicking away there, get in his head, because you're naturally nervous when you go out to bat. Any batter will tell you, even Glenn McGrath used to get very nervous, and when you go out and bat, and those little moments where you pick up a saying or pick up something someone says, and you know you can have an influence. But I also know that at like Australian level, they used to know players that you just don't try and get in their heads because they may use it as motivation. Like
Virat.
Kohli, for example, is so good, and he loves it when you try and get in his head. It actually gives him more motivation to bat really well. So when you know your opposition, in club cricket, often you don't really know your opposition that well. You do after you play them for quite some time, so you're taking a risk. But when you play against test match after test match, or and you know how good some of these players are, like you just don't take Kohli on because he's just so good. So they just say, right, stay silent, don't say anything. Bowled. But to further sort of answer your question, I think it's really about harnessing the energy that you get and everyone should be upbeat once you get a wicket, and it's trying to harness that energy and keep it going while the ball is being bowled.
Yeah.
And often it'll pick up too, and often a team will...
It would have been a very, very tight call had that been a direct hit.
Often a team will designate a person to be the...
Yeah, under the lid.
He's naturally got a lot of energy. Who would have been the Indian team?
A designated chirper?
Yeah, do you think maybe they don't do that, or?
I think they're concentrating on skill these days.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's right. If you're going to be a chirper, you've got to be able to back it up. You've
got to back it up,
because that's the best comeback, is get them out cheaply, or one thing being...
So what you're suggesting to the people watching this as well, first of all, 111 for 5.
Nelson,
we don't have a Comcam, otherwise I can promise you Grant would have given us a
hop. Yep. David Shepherd, what a lovely umpire. He always used to have at least 1 foot off the ground at some stage at 111.
And I've heard, again, in stories on the internet as well, that there are some Australians get spooked by 111 so much that they don't put it up on the board. After 110, they wait for at least a couple of singles to be taken, and the scoring resumes from 112. Is it true?
Do you mean English players or Australians?
Australian. I'm very
87's our number.
Huh?
87's our spook.
87 is the devil's number, isn't it? 13 away from 100.
13 away from 100. I might be wrong, but I don't think 111 is anywhere near as superstitious as 87 for a cricketer in Australia. But I know it is in England, because when I played in England, that's exactly what they did. You weren't allowed to move, you had to keep feet off the ground, all these funny things.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, Nelsons.
Or does it happen on double Nelson, triple Nelson? as
Yeah,
well?
multiples.
If it's happening on triple Nelson, no matter
2-2-2, 3-3-3, 4-4-4. Yep, definitely.
if it happened on 4-4-4 and you were the bowling team, good luck, irrespective of the format.
Well, that's why you got to 4-4-4.
Yeah, you allowed the opposition to get to 4-4-4.
That's why you got there, because you were able to work through your superstitions from 1-1-1, 2-2-2, 3, and because of 6-6-6.
Oh God!
Oh, getting to 6-6-6. Yeah, Queensland in a Shield final once got to 1,000.
1,000.
Yeah, there weren't enough numbers on the scoreboard.
It's like
They said you can't get. The CEO came into Jimmy Marr, was the captain, and said you can't get to 1,000. He said, "Why not?" He said, "We haven't got enough. We haven't got enough places on the board to put it." 1-1-5, 5 for 1-1-5, approaching the 15th over. Oh, didn't he throw that up?
imagine getting 999, and the umpire says scoreboard, please.
That's it.
Indian Tigers have been able to pull back this rate of scoring a little. But it's 6 overs to go. 5 after this. And round 120 with half the side still left. It's going to be an interesting last 5 overs. Last 4 overs at least, if they go for a big hit after this one more over. They're running between the wickets. We keep harping on it because they've been excellent, the Kangaroos.
I think we've seen more singles, more twos, and I've had my favourite 3 in this game than we have from yesterday's games. Except for the Afghanistan Eagles, who we said were outstanding. There you go, look at that. Push, in, out, 2. Well done. Right from the get-go.
It was the Indian batting that faltered last night. Today might be a blessing in disguise for them that they're batting second. 1-2-1 for 5.
So in the first 5 overs, the Kangaroos scored 37. Then they had a 48 block of 5 overs. And then they're back to 36. So that third lot of 5 overs from 10 to 15 was their lowest scoring. And that actually was at the same time that we lost Chetan.
This should be a wicket.
Oh.
Well, 2 fielders looking at each other, and the ball goes through.
And that was purely a lack of communication.
Or you could say it was synchronized, but the blaming part only.
Exactly, that's exactly right. Someone should have called that, demanded the ball. Pacing this innings nicely. They should have that 160 at least in mind. Brings the left-hander Hedges on strike. He's on 10.
If the Kangaroos decide not to take the second run, that it really means the fielding was good. Another quick single. Yeah, you got a feel for the spinner. Tried to create the opportunity and that went for 6. Shah, Nigel Shah.
I've so enjoyed watching Shah bowl. Lovely variations. His stock ball is clever.
Oh, that is massive.
And there's your risk and reward, because struck by Hedges, the left-hander. And that's the game. Sometimes, you know, you just have to bow to a very good shot, and that's exactly what that was. Big 6, 5 for 138. And Hedges now starting to take some control. Five for 139. Hedges 17. Savar 24. Push. Trying to get a single. Hedges batting nicely here. I got a feeling he's the right man to have in at this late stage. You know, he's set. He's got the lefty. It's a shorter boundary today when he's batting at the northern end on the leg side. So there's plenty of opportunity to hit a six there. The fielder's out, long on, long off, deep cover, backward square leg. Deep mid wicket will come into play. Just a single. Savaz, I think he's got something in his eye there. He's taking his time.
From where the Kangaroos were at the end of the first power play to where they are right now, it has been a magical recovery.
And with still 3 overs to go, even 170 could be in play, which would be the biggest total. We'd be approaching the biggest total of the tournament so far. So that's going to be beaten.
Oh, they'll be mighty pleased with 170, the Kangaroos, especially against a side that has to win. Hasn't yet in this tournament.
Caught wide. And I think the bowler's just asking the umpire, did he move sufficiently to move that wide line further outside off? And that wasn't the way the umpire saw it. So it's a re-bowl, wide.
Oh, that's gone, in fact. Slower deliveries are working towards the...
Sixth wicket down. Savar 25, batted nicely. Loved to have been there at the end, no doubt. I've got to say, so it's quite a nice part of the world this is. I went for a run this morning, and you could run on a path, and you could run on a trail, then you could run on the beach, and then the weather was just beautiful.
Do anything you want, just don't run on the pitch, is what the umpire
Don't run on the pitch.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. I saw the groundsman getting the ground prepared.
I'm astonished. I'm absolutely astonished that you found the time to go running.
Oh, you got to make the time. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you got to make the time and turn it into a habit. And you know what? I can't tell I like any time I run. I don't really enjoy it, but I know the benefits of it, and you kind of afterwards it does, makes you feel good. So yeah, plus you know what just on finishing on running, you get to see different parts of a city and a community, and when you run, you see it through different eyes, because you kind of can miss things when you're just in a car and going from point A to B, whereas you sort of take your time just to take a look at, what's about and what's happening. And what I've found, this is the first time I've been to Wollongong, is what a beautifully kept city it is. Like, it's the edges around you can see that there's some pride in this community. The place looks really nice, and where we're staying, which is right beside the ground here, there's one of our famous swimming families, the McEwens, and they've got the swimming pool. It's the McEwen swimming. I'm sure they do lessons and coaching and all that type of thing. So to see one of our great families in terms of swimming, McEwen's, Yeah, okay, yeah, that's right. I remember now they're from Wollongong.
Any famous cricketers as well from here?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good call. I'm sure this looks like a premier ground. Didn't quite get that. And it's only an hour 15 from Sydney, so easily this would be similar if I'm from Queensland and I'm from Brisbane.
Yeah. Pup from New South Wales, of course.
Yeah.
Michael Lark.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, New South Wales, yeah. Gee whiz, I don't know which ones are played here, but New South Wales supplies most of we've got this saying in the other states, you get your baggy blue hat in one hand and the baggy green in the other, almost at the same time, because we're a bit jealous because they produce so many great cricketers, and a lot of them make the New South Wales side and then seem to make their way to the Australian side very quickly. But it's only because they're good players. It's only jealousy. Righto, back into the game. 5 for 144, 20 Hedges. New batter on strike. Drives beautifully. Morel picks up 2. Nice start, Morel. You'll be happy with that. So we're getting to the stage where the batter is looking for 2s and 4s and boundaries, and the bowling team are looking just to stop the boundaries. Happy to maybe give up a single at this stage. Swing and a miss. This has certainly got all of the makings of a Premier League ground. Nice slow ball there.
The best slower ball is the one that the batter cannot read. Of late, there have been new kinds of slower deliveries that have developed.
Just a single. Cover the boundary.
There's one slower delivery that I thought was absolute genius. The back of the hand slower delivery. Very difficult to master. You need a very flexible wrist, of course.
Very difficult to master, and would take hours of practice, I would imagine. And then you get to a game and you've got to actually try and land it, because if you get it wrong, it's to go anywhere, of course.
Ryan Descotte from England mastered it. Oh, that's a marvellous shot. Was waiting for the ball to be full, and 150 comes up for the Kangaroos. The Indian Tigers realise it's game on.
Yeah, well played, Hedges. He just got wide, too wide, gave him the opportunity. So, 170 must be in the sights now of the Kangaroos. They'll be really happy with the way that they've gone about this run chase. They've steadily increased. So the Kangaroos, they're sitting on 4 points at the moment. The Afghanistan Eagles 4, Pakistani Sultans 4, Kangaroos 4, Warriors 2, Mavericks and Tigers yet to post some points in this competition. Lovely shot. That's 4. Beautifully timed. Good play, Morel. Square of the wicket.
155 and the scoreboard continues to tick. 170 is on the cards, especially with a set Hedges and a determined Morel.
And well played.
And this has been the hallmark of batting as far as the Kangaroos are concerned. The boundaries are coming, but the singles never lose their importance.
Rotate the strike because, you know, it does take energy hitting good shots. So you get a chance to have a rest when you get down the other end. So there are that nice opportunity. Now you come down and you have a swing, and the lefty's batted nicely here, Hedges. You just feel that this is the end for the lefty. He could go sailing over this square boundary. Like that.
Oh, that is remarkable placement. Unbelievable connection. Is he really playing a pacer? And on the front foot.
I know you want to say great commentary, but I'm too modest for you to say that because the left-hander hitting it square. Can't do that. Hedges, lovely shot.
Pulling on the front foot while he's standing outside the crease. Doesn't get it this time around. The catch is taken. It's a very good catch. Never lost sight of the ball. But Hedges has done the damage.
That would have been that easy because the ball would have been revs spinning, giving a top edge. But end of a nice little innings there by Hedges. Good job. He's placed his Kangaroos side in a really healthy position. 6 for 160. And sort of trying to take a positive view on this for the Tigers, given now they'll be chasing that sort of 160, 170, if they can put their best foot forward and their batters can hit some form, if they are able to get close or even chase down the 160, 170, that'll give them enormous confidence going further into the tournament. So trying to find a silver lining in a big run chase, then that might be it. New batter to the crease. We have a right-hander. Just be able to locate, pick up his name. Just about to refresh and update the scoreboard. We'll pick up, I believe it's number 1 for the Kangaroos. Batting at number 8, Branders. And Branders, beautiful shot. Leg glance into the gap, down for 4. Going from ball 1. No time for siders. They need to hit their timing early. And Branders has done exactly that. 6 off 2 balls. Good job. 6 for 166. Morel on 8. Branders on 6. And that brings Morel back on strike. And he's going to face some spin. This is the last over, so 170 definitely. Even 180 might be on the cards. Highest score of the tournament so far. Well, bowled. Didn't get it. Looking at the boundary here, leg side, it's a little shorter today. Brings Brandy's on strike. Who started beautifully with a 2 and a 4. He'll pick up, he'll look for 2, in and out of the crease. He's coming back. It's going to be close. It's very close. It's out. Did the team thing, Brandy's. Picks up one run. But a good piece of fielding. Had to be clean. Throw had to be straight. Achieved both of those 2, and he also achieved a wicket. I agree. He quite often, how often do you see it? You know, they bat in the air and then the umpire's got a decision to make because they're almost placing the bat over the line rather than sliding. And I know a few players probably would have put in the dive there too, but you don't want to really do that at 1 for 168. You've got a good total.
The quicker one, you need to communicate that it was going to be a quicker one. Frustration for Nigel Shah.
Boys. Seven for 169. Couple of balls remaining.
Long gone. Just a spectator. Pushes past the 170 mark.
Yep, and there's the 170. That's exactly what the Kangaroos would have been.
Won't be surprised if he comes back for the second, but this time decides to stay put with one.
Seven for 174. Oh, wide.
Expected him to dance down the track.
Another wide. Shane.
The Indian Tigers. The Kangaroos have been one step ahead in playing the mental game with them. Long gone, takes it on the bounce. The second run does not exist, but it is a very good total that's on the board as far as the Kangaroos are concerned. 177 is what they've managed, and the Kangaroos will believe that's enough. The Indian Tigers have their task cut out to put the first win on the board.
And just as you would expect, the last block of 10.6 was the run rate, 56 for the last block of 5. So they built steadily. Started with 37 in the first block of 5, then went to 48, then back to 36, and finish off with a 56 run last block of 5 for the Kangaroos. Chetan, yesterday's player of the match, top score with 44. Very well batted. Collingwood as well, 31. and a total of 7 for 177. They'll be well pleased, the Kangaroos and the Indian Tigers. We've got a bit of work to do, but just could be just the total that they need to launch there. Gong. 22 degrees, no breeze. So lovely batting and bowling conditions all ready for the start of the Indian Tigers innings. And nice drop run. Pick up throw. Could have been a wicket first, ball. There was hesitation between the batters. It looks like one thing is an absolute feature of the Kangaroos innings, as to the Afghan Eagles last night, was the running between the wickets. And that could have been an early out. Aditya and Azan. Aditya on strike, took that quick single. In the air, it's going to clear the bounce. No, one bounce. Short enough to get up and under that. Square of the wicket. Azan, boundary. And the Tigers, Indian Tigers, showing their intent very early. Let's get quick singles. Let's punish the bad ball. And that was a little short. Only two fielders out. We've got one back on the square and one a deep fine leg. Tigers showing their intent very early. Let's get quick single. And they'll be looking for that little dab and run. Get some early momentum for their innings. Push, single. Absolute key for the Indian Tigers is to get off to a good start. Nice steady start. Take calculated risks. Play the ball on its merits early. Get some momentum for your innings. Exactly what the Kangaroos did. They built beautifully. Swing and a miss. That was nice pace. We've got a terrific wicket. Great seeing conditions. Everything in order here for a very good run chase for the Indian Tigers. Cutting. Pick up just one. Didn't quite time that. So 7 off the first over. So a nice steady start there by the Indian Tigers. Azan on 5, Aditya on 2. Yesterday the Kangaroos started with a slip in play. Didn't post as big a total, only in the 140, so they were clearly looking to take wickets early. No slip on this occasion. Swing, miss, no ball. First up, no ball. Umpire shows no part of his front foot behind the popping crease. That will be a free hit. Swing, slashes down the third man. 1 run, picked out the fielder. 2 fielders out, deep third man, deep fine leg. Welcome back, Suhas.
Thank you so much, Grant. The Indian Tigers have got to show attacking mindset. Kangaroos would be itchy to put on a win at this stage and barge into the next phase of the tournament. No ball. All that hard work of hitting the right length. And it's going to be a free hit. Now imagine when you weren't there. That is going to crash into the fence. Azan's not going to miss the opportunity of throwing his arms at anything that's nice and wide. And at this stage, with an outfield of this kind, you beat the infield, you're guaranteed 4 runs. Just a chip, this could be trouble. And he's gone. That was a flash in the pan. Just after a boundary perishes. And this has been the story throughout the tournament. The Indian Tigers lose their first. 16 for 1. It's not so sweet, isn't it?
Biggest total in the tournament so far, they're chasing, set for 177 by the Kangaroos.
I'll be very surprised if the captain decides to hold himself back further. He's batted lower down the order throughout the tournament. It hasn't worked for the Indian Tigers. Piyush Kant needs a promotion. You need your best batters to be facing more deliveries so that they can make the game for you rather than play catch-up cricket and be served with a situation. That's a 4 ball. Needs to keep the pressure on. He's just picked up a wicket. The Kangaroos have been so good at bouncing back. And it looks like it's going to be a motif throughout the tournament. This team's got it to make matters worse for any opposition. And here's a team that has the belief to go the distance as well. Kangaroos. And also Afghanistan Eagles. How good are they, Grant? You've seen a game of them. You would have followed the other games too, of course. How promising have they been?
Highly impressive. Highly impressive. Great top order. The unit that bowls plans and discipline and backed up by their girls. It's going to be hard to beat the Afghanistan Eagles.
Yeah, very soon they'll be seen in action on the cricket field. 17 for 1, the Indian Tigers. After the over, which was highly successful for the pacer despite that boundary, because he got the big wicket of Azan. Three for no loss. 18 for 1. I beg your pardon. 18 for 1. What scores am I reading? Aditya moves on to 4. Brar 0. Yet to open his account. 18 for 1 and 3 extras in there. Indians didn't curb the extras. Now they got to get them in terms of runs. The Kangaroos can learn from the mistakes of the opposition as much as the good things. And this is another mistake. The rod tells you the importance of the wicket. The batter has thrown his wicket away.
Well done, keeper, save 4. No run, good comeback. Right up in the block hole. Big shout. May have been some bat. No bat. Height wasn't a problem. Going down leg perhaps. Umpires have been excellent whole tournament. Driving. No run. At the end of the over, 2 for 30. Run rate well in hand. Doing well, the Indian Tigers on run rate. And the top scorer in yesterday. Scored runs, took wickets yesterday. Very compact player. Batted beautifully today. Almost from ball 1 he was in terrific form. He found his gaps, he hit his boundaries, and now the Kangaroos are going to ask him to do it with the ball. Aditya on 12, Rayner on 2. Good start. That little dab. Outside off stump. That sort of 5th or 6th line. Stump line. Okay, the Kangaroos are pushing the cover sweeper out. Third man. Big gap between backward point and third man. And there it goes, down to third man. Keeper comes up. Keeper will be coming up to put pressure on the batter, keep him in his crease, making sure that he doesn't venture out and change the length of the bowler. There's plenty of space on the offside. Down leg. That should be cut off by the deep third man. It takes some pad. I've got a feeling that the umpire's looking like he wants to tell us a wide. No pad, no nothing. Just wide down leg side. Tough take for the keeper. Nice tight cricket. Good length ball. Batter plays it on its merits. And players just hit the repeat button, didn't they then? Just same line, same length, same result from the batter. This is where the batsman should be looking into gaps. Where can I push this next one? If it's the same ball again, where's my gap? Draws the big shot, and that's what pressure can do. That's what good line and length bowling can do. Create that pressure shot. Well bowled, well kept. Good over. Chatton hits his stride, got into a rhythm early then. 6 really good balls. Four overs down now, 2 for 34. Aditha on 13, Rayner on 2. A must-win game for the Indian Tigers. And change of bowler. Got a left armour coming into the attack from the southern end, North Dalton Oval. Let's take a look at the field. The 2 players out. Deep backward square. A deep backward point, and that's just tickled down the leg side, and that'll go for 4. Let's take a look at the umpire. Leg buys. They don't really mind how they come, but 4 runs to the Indian Tigers total. The lefty just drifting down the leg side and beat the keeper. Glided between third slip and gully, down for 4. Nicely played by Aditya. I love the action of our left arm swing bowler. I'll pick up his name in a moment. He's got a lovely action. Just got to watch he doesn't give too much width. He's dropping 2 men out on the offside to protect that shot. The deep third man, deep backward point. And now he does have to really focus on that offside line. Driving down, dot ball, bowler Fields and his follow through, good work. His actions not at all dissimilar to Mitchell Johnson. Comes in with his left-hander and then he just drops his... Up he comes. That's a Mitchell Johnson. He's modelled, and of course Mitchell Johnson, a Queenslander, played for Queensland, but now spends his time in West Australia. And of course, there's an academy that most of these players have come through in Western Australia under coach Dave Taylor. And I'd love to have a chat to this young fella to see if what sort of influence Mitchell Johnson's had on him, because I feel higher praise in having an action very similar to Mitchell Johnson right there. That's a single. Just as he gets into that delivery stride and that upward motion of the left-hander, getting ready to fire. Just drags down, drops short, but he's got cover down there. Bounces in. Just a single. Finished off nicely. End of the over. That's 5. 2 for 44. The Indian Tigers are actually ahead of the Kangaroos at the same time. The Kangaroos were 3 for 37 and the Tigers 2 for 44. So they're 7 runs ahead and 1 wicket better off than what the Kangaroos were. So if they can maintain this run rate and not lose wickets, they're right in this. Edging down a deep third man. 1 run. Protection down there. Aditha on 18, batting nicely. Rain of 4. Flicking into the leg side. They'll just pick up 1. Square cut out to the sweeper, pick up 1. Protecting the boundary on the offside, the Kangaroos. Also have a fielder deep mid wicket. Only 3 out, so maintaining the pressure. Only 3 players out at deep third man, deep cover, deep mid wicket. Driving to the edge of the circle. So that's at a very interesting stage. The bowling is good, the line is good, the batting is good. Knowing how to pace an innings in a T20, very important.
Ooh.
Welcome back to us.
Thank you so much.
I've got the Indian Tigers slightly in front at the moment, Suas, on the strength of comparisons. 2 for 44 after 5 and 3 for 37, the Kangaroos. So in terms of a run trace, they're slightly in front at the moment, the Indian Tigers.
The Indian Tigers have been looking for a perfect game and a good result. And they were praying that this is the game. They need to beat the Kangaroos to stay alive in the tournament. And the Kangaroos, who've tamed the other opponents, are looking to do the same to the Tigers.
Slow ball. Just outside off. Dabs it down a deep third man. I've got a sense, just got a feeling that this next block of 5, that rotation and strike, the singles, minimising risk. If they could have a wish, the Indian Tigers, I think they would look to be at around that 2 for 90 mark. 2 for 85 would be a great launching pad into the last 10 overs to take them to that winning total of 178. Chasing 178. Change of bowler coming in from the southern end. What the young bowlers and all of the bowlers have to get used to are these one-over spells, don't they, in this format. Different angle again. Now the right-hander coming in from the southern end.
Soft hands in a single. Now the Afghanistan Eagles have been the pioneers for this, especially on this particular ground. Soft hands and a single stolen. Oh, wanted to give him the charge, but that was enough to throw the bowler off his line. Seems to be a good tactic, Grant.
Yeah, any time you can sort of get into the bowler's eye line as he's running in, change up, do something different, maybe scramble the thinking a little bit. They cause a loss of the radar, which is what happened there.
Tried his best, but the ball will still trickle for 4. This is good batting. Concentrated only on timing and placement, not power.
I feel like the ring fielder there maybe dived over the ball. We call that a harbour bridge in Australia, when actually dive over it. Down swing, miss. Freeing his arms there. I don't think that's necessary at the moment because the run rate is well in hand. But I do suppose while you've got players inside the ring in front of the wicket, there's plenty of space beyond them. And that's obviously where he was looking then. Big mix up, down, missed. Will they get one now? No, go back. Confusion. And we've had a couple of balls where we haven't had the dab and run. And now they'll meet in the middle, the two batters. Touch gloves. Let's reset. Let's get back into that rhythm of being able to pick up that quick single. Don't think there was one there, so I think they made a right call, the non-striker. Square cutting. Well fielded. Vauxhall cuts off the boundary. Good over so far, apart from the wide. Very controlled. We're 7 overs down. 13 extras so far in this innings of 2 for 56. Square cut again. Into the gap. Beautiful shot.
That ball is welcome in that dugout. Opening the face of the bat and so still until he plays that shot. Allows him to gauge the length so early and nicely. 60 for 2. Indian Tigers looking to prosper quickly as well. To try and put a full stop to that thought. Spinner introduced. And it's the very, very effective. Angus blocks him.
And And while we're getting set for the next over, I'd just like to acknowledge and thank our presenting partner, Sarah & Co. Interior, and a co-presenter, Executive Migration. Thank you very much to those two companies.
Exclusive Migration.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Exclusive Migration. Yes, can't read.
Harry at the helm of things. And Harry also ensuring that even the minutest of details at the ground level.
Harry doing a wonderful job. Working tirelessly to make this an exceptional cricket tournament. So there was Sarah & Co. Interior and Exclusive Migration. And I mentioned some of the other great partners and supporters. They closed up that sort of that gully backward point and gully region for that dab outside off stump. Down the wicket, driving. Some platinum sponsors, Bayou,
Byju's,
Amul,
Danube Properties, Dubai, Limca, IRC Real Estate, Melbourne, Global, HVAC Air Conditioner Supplier, and our gold sponsors, Building Approval Solutions. Thank you so much. You can already see. Oh, this is just impeccable timing. And this is what self-belief can do as well. Taking on Angus Bloxham.
Lovely shot, Rayner. And that's what our partners are part of. This wonderful product. Australian Cricket League 2024 under 19s.
Oh, terrific striking. This is even better, bigger. He sent a statement to the opposition that your trump card is not a one anymore. Getting hit today.
And so this is a matchup that they like.
He's been so good throughout the tournament.
Rayner versus Bloxhall. What's the comeback? Does he get quicker? Does he get more of an arm ball? Down the track again.
Oh, long on, long off. Yes, they do exist, but only to fetch the ball, says the batter. Unbelievable hitting. Reminds me a little of Virat Kohli. So much power in his wrists. The long on and long off were so straight.
And
still, it's a boundary.
That's
Grant.
high praise. Well, that's high praise. I agree. Beautiful striking. What does the bowler do now? Does he drag down? Does he keep it up again?
Is he quietly going to take a single here? That's what he needs to do. That's what he does. That's what he does, and rightly so. Grant, the maturity level shown in this over.
That was a game-changing over, potentially, wasn't it? I see that as such a pivotal over.
The Tigers now 76 for 2. We were thanking our platinum sponsors, of course, and platinum sponsors Byju's, Amul, Danube Properties, Dubai. Now, 3 big names indeed who've played their part in world cricket. Byju's, of course, was a part of the BCCI sponsorship list. Amul, so many international sides, be it Afghanistan, New Zealand. Remember, shades of those are in this tournament too. Tells you how global ACL under 19 is. And Danube Properties, Dubai. The owner of Danube Properties, what a story his is. Alright, spin from one end has been taken apart. You could see the intent there. Something that was missing in the last 2 outings for the bat in hand for the men in blue.
Yeah, didn't quite get that one, just an under edge, but they had the wherewithal to take the single, rotate the strike. Nice gap, should be at 2, do come back. No, they don't. Yep, that might have been suicide had they attempted a second run there. And now the momentum has shifted back, and you feel that the Indian Tigers there'll only be one. The Indian Tigers have the momentum.
They've got to elongate this phase of having momentum, the Indian Tigers, and the Kangaroos have got to use their experience to slow things down and try and steal that momentum from the men in blue. This will make for interesting viewing. And this even more so for the Kangaroos. The wicket has fallen.
And that was what we might regard as somewhat of a soft dismissal. Seeing the ball beautifully. Seeing it that well that you feel like he could have hit it nearly anywhere in front of the wicket, but chose to hit it straight back to the bowler who took the simplest of catches. Good bowling. You reflect on that one. Was batting so nicely. Three for 79 now. Ran out 31. The new batter for India is Kant.
Such a treat to watch as long as that innings lasted. Taking on the prime bowler. Angus blocks him. Adityatha, he's furious with himself. Like any batter would be, who sets high standards for himself, and of course, after getting a start, it always hurts. Grant, what hurts more, getting a start and getting out, or not getting a start and getting out cheaply?
The second one.
Okay.
Yeah. You know as a batter that you're not always going to get runs, and you kind of know that you're most susceptible early on in an innings like any other batter would be. But once you get that start, and I remember asking a friend of mine who played a couple of tests, what did he love the most about batting and what did he miss the most about batting, and it was the same thing. And that was when you just get over the nerves, you're set, you're in a zone, and you feel like you've got your game together and everything is in this great control. You should have missed that. And he was a great player. He held a lot of records for Queensland and only ended up playing 2 tests, which was a shame because he was probably missed out on playing many more. But that's to my point, that once you're set and you feel like you're really about to build an innings and you get out like that, that would be so frustrating for him.
This is the most that the Indian Tigers have looked like a side, to be honest. After being dominated for the first 2 games, they've not just pulled their socks up, but they've done their homework, it seems. This is the brand of cricket that they should have subscribed to from the word go, but they're peaking at the right time. If they can eke out a win here, that will send a statement to the other teams in the contest.
Oh, yeah, totally. Like if they can pull off a 178 run chase in this game, then yeah, they can really take their momentum into the rest of the tournament.
99. Still to get with 7 wickets in hand. 99 and 72. That's the equation, Grant.
And that's doable. That's very doable if they keep wickets in hand.
Piyush Kant is going to be a primary run scorer from here on if Indian Tigers have to make a game out of this. Otherwise, knowing blocks him, he'll try and string dot balls after dot balls, play with the required rate factor, and the Kangaroos are very famous for bouncing back from difficult situations. This is going to be an exciting contest ahead.
I love your kangaroo analogies. Bouncing back. Spot on. Remember when I told you about the two animals on the Australian coat of arms, the emu and the big kangaroo? What's special about them?
No, go for it. Come again.
They don't go backwards.
Oh.
They can't go backwards.
Don't they?
No. The emu can't walk backwards and the kangaroo can't go backwards because of its tail. So probably that might be the reason why we chose them as the coat of arms, because they're always forward progressing animals. Looking forward.
Looking forward. Don't know about the emus, but the kangaroos, I heard, are always ready for a bout.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, they don't mind a fight sometimes.
Have you fought one?
No. No, what they do, they try and grab hold of you and then they stand up on their tail and kick you with their legs, which would hurt.
Sounds very WWE like.
Yeah. No, yeah, they fight each other like when the two bucks, they're called.
And they fight for territory?
And girlfriends. Silly males.
Some things don't change across species.
They don't, no.
Grant.
Righto, what have we got? We've got 3 for 79. We've got a new batter in, Kant, who has to build an innings now, but has time. Got a run chase of 99 with over 10 overs to go. That's out.
That is fantastic glove work, but the finger stays down. This is a big moment in the game. It's Piyush Kant showing early signs of being unsettled.
And I think a replay would have had displayed there by the keeper, the Kangaroos keeper. Lovely piece of bowling, a lovely piece of glove work. And the batter, Kant, may have got away with one there. Benefit of the doubt. No one minds in cricket when you batter gets the benefit of the doubt, unless you're a bowler. Through, and the next one goes for 4. And quite rightly, the bowler face in his hands. Oh, it can be a tough game. So Kant's off the mark with 4. It'll bring the informed runner on strike. Have you seen much of Wollongong since you've been here so far, Suas?
Absolutely not.
No, you may as well could be anywhere in the world, I suppose.
Huh?
You could be anywhere in the world.
Yes. But I really hope to make time, because this is a beautiful place. And to reassure that our drone footage is enough.
Grab potatoes, did you say?
Not grown potatoes. What's happening to you? I said drone footage.
Oh, drone footage, yes, sorry, yeah, look.
My accent will grow on you, don't
No, that was my bad. Yeah, the drone
brown
footage.
potatoes. What is it? Grown potatoes.
Yeah.
It's lunchtime making you talk like this, I tell you.
That's it. I've got lunch on my mind. But cricket, and good cricket, is presenting itself here.
Oh, what a crunch moment in the game. The captain of the Indian Tigers trying to get settled. Raina doing well at the other end. On the edge of the knife this game. 83 for 3 at the halfway stage. Indian Tigers chasing 178.
And we've got game on because at exactly the same time, Kangaroos were 4 for 85. So 1 run ahead, but 1 wicket behind. So I would rather be in the Indian Tigers position at the moment because of the wickets in hand. So controlling this is line by ball, line ball on the chase. The batter wanting a wide there. The umpire saying nothing doing. We have a tight game on our hands here. Got a nice flowing action, the bowler. He got that sort of, doesn't leap in the air, which I think is a good thing in terms of his back, not putting pressure on his back or so much on his front foot. So he'll be skidding on to the batter rather than really getting any of that sort of heavy ball into the wicket type delivery. More of a skiddy type bowler.
He's accepting the ball onto the bat at this stage, waiting for the ball to arrive rather than going after it. The well settled Raina.
Yeah, on 32 and batting nicely. But you just got a feeling there's a couple of dot balls there that something's going to happen soon. That 3 dot ball theory, something always happens on the 4th ball. Let's see. Push, run, well played because it was well bowled. It was one of those just short of a length balls that you really couldn't do much more with than that. So good follow-up ball there and good finish. That over definitely went to the Kangaroos. So these third block of 5 overs could really set up the total here for the Indian Tigers. What they've done well is they've kept their wickets in hand. Let's see what they've done with the field. Protection long and deep. In front of the wicket. Mid off, mid on, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, deep cover, protection on the offside. Out to the deep cover, just 1 run, as we mentioned a couple of times. Boundary on the western side of the ground, a little shorter today. He brings Can on to strike. No change in the field. Looking for twos. Driving. Didn't quite get it. They'll settle for one, and the Kangaroos will be happy with that. A little fight back happening here by the Kangaroos. Down the ground, big hit, found the gap. That's gone the journey. 6 runs, great shot. Runner that takes him to 40. Just what the doctor ordered, and right at the right time.
That's a masterful stroke, and this innings itself is coming at the right time for Rana. The presence of mind that is shown in understanding situations has been remarkable. It's an innings that's going to put him ahead of his peers as well. If you can generate gems like these under pressure when your team is 2 down, in terms of the score line, you're looking for confidence, you're looking for responsibility, and Raina seems to have it all. Piyush Kant's struggles against spin continue. 95 for 3.
A very interesting conversation between the two batters at the moment. Actually, neither one wants to get out, but I think one needs to say, and it's Rana, that I'm going to anchor this innings, see it through. I'm happy for you to take a few risks now that we've got wickets in hand. One of these players has to play that sheet anchor role, pick up the singles, the odd boundary, and be there to guide any other incoming batsman through the innings. And then, because he'll be in form and over 50, he can take responsibility for the last couple of overs. That's the type of conversation they need to be having. Down the ground.
Oh, mid-off, in place, just a chip. This is a class act. Moves on to 45, does Rana.
Oh, you'd like to think that they can post a total of around 130 with the last 5 overs to go.
Can he be the silver bullet to India's struggles with a bat in hand? So much responsibility assumed, but still a long way to go. Big swing and a miss. It's important that Rana doesn't get carried away, and it's important that the Kangaroos, despite feeling the pinch, can stay in the game with more deliveries like these. Every ball counts.
I totally agree with you on Rana there. Like, his read of the game now is super important, and I'd say that's what Kant's going down and saying to him, mate, leave that to me, leave the risk to me. You just keep playing good cricket shots. They've dropped a man back to deep, long off now. So drop one down there, pick up a single.
Oh, that can be 4 more. No stopping Raina at this stage. On the cusp of what would be the most important half century that he might have scored in this jersey. "100" comes up for the Indian Tigers.
3 for 103, Rana on 49. And for any batsman in any format, the milestone figures still count. 50.
This time over long gone. A half century in style. Raina rampage continues. It might be a subdued celebration. That's because he sees the bigger picture in front. And that mission is 178. What a talent has been unearthed.
And we've found the music. They've got the Indians have got the music in them. Music started. A big ovation from the Indian contingent in the crowd. They understand the importance of this. They want to see their team go through to finals. And so does Runner.
And that'll be 4 more. Don't know what Piyush Kant went and said, but one thing is clear, if it's in the slot, he wouldn't miss out. 111 for 3, and India do not mind this, Nelson.
And they are just good cricket shots. They're fairly low risk. They were both in the slot. Yes, they were in the air, but they both only just fell short of hitting the boundary, so going over the boundary. So we've now got Nelson, 3 for 111. Let's see if something happens. The runner now 57.
This is slightly out of syllabus for the Kangaroos. Bloxham has gone for runs with the ball in hand. The pacer has been torn apart. They've got to pull things back, and one way to do so is to remove the captain. Indian Tigers, Piyush has got the best seat in the house to watch Raina's innings, but he himself has been struggling today, especially against spin. All he needs to do right now is pick up a single, perhaps,
and that's
because
what
his presence would be imposing.
Sorry, Sue, that's my fault. And that's why I want to see Rana still play that anchor role, because I totally agree with you. Spin and Kant sort of aren't mixing too well at the moment. If I was the umpire, and umpire saying no, look, he'll probably connect one soon, but I think the man at gully or backward point right in play here, because it'll be a miscue. And overhitting is the problem. Attempting to overhit. As I say, gully and backward point right in play. There they are. He's got enough on it. He's got enough on it. And so if that's Chenton down there. If I'm Chenton, I'm going about 3 metres to his left. Because that's where that mishit was going every day of the week. So let's see if he goes back into the same spot. I'd be saying, hey, Skip, I just need to go around 3 metres. And this is the role that a young fielder can play. He can just make suggestions. Now he's gone back in exactly the same spot.
He's danced down the track to access the gap. And there might be another. Raina says no. This is highly unpredictable from the captain. Misses the first 3 deliveries, then still doesn't look for a single. Goes for the big shot. Eventually gets a boundary. Then dances down the track the very next ball. Quite in contrast to what the coach would think. The coach would want him to play captain's innings, perhaps be a Pat Cummins to Glenn Maxwell. Remember that game against Afghanistan
How
in
could
the
you
World
forget?
Cup? Yeah?
How could you forget? How could anyone forget? Because one thing I think is that Afghanistan were playing excellent cricket in that World Cup. Like even years ago, you know, they're a bit off the pace, but it's so good to see how much cricket has progressed in a country like Afghanistan that has got its struggles and it's got its issues, but how cricket can unite a country, a proud country, no doubt.
And it also takes your mind off things which you shouldn't concentrate on. That it puts your mind to something that can build society. And I think that's exactly why cricket can be used as a vehicle for peace as well. And
exactly.
And more inclusive we become with this sport, the better it becomes.
It's an escape. And I've
it's
got
an
to say,
escape.
I understand it, but I'm disappointed that Australia have withdrawn from the last couple of tours. I
Reading
understand.
of the situation, that situation changes because a country like Afghanistan would love for Australia to be there.
And
Their heroes to be there as well. Because remember, Glenn Maxwell's equally celebrated in that part of the country, even though he's given them a lot to not remember with that innings. But what an innings that was, I think. Glenn Maxwell showed the world that hand-eye coordination is supreme. Footwork might be overrated.
Not required. Not required when you've got a... He must have tremendously powerful forearms too, and arms.
And the wrists, yeah.
And wrist, yeah. Yeah, to be able to just stand and hit sixes at will. Repeatedly.
Oh, yes. And to battle cramps, the mental agony that he had to go through. How mentally tough was he? Oh, wide delivery.
Just chatting. I can understand why they'd bring one of their strike players back into the attack at this stage. The Kangaroos, they need to generate something, because at the moment the Indian Tigers are looking good.
No chance. Would be a single. I genuinely thought he was going for 4. And then
a man jumped out from behind this.
It decides to run in straight lines.
I'm going to give you the benefit. That beam is right in the road of where that fielder was. So you're definitely couldn't see that. But anyway, no wide again.
No, but I still should have calculated. There was one more fielder allowed outside the ring. Where is he? He should have been long gone.
Come on, I try to give you an excuse. I'm trying to get you out of it. No, you do. You certainly. 3 for 119 now.
But yeah, thanks a lot, Ryan. Oh! Helmet for the bowler, please.
Oh. And yeah, we've got a Australian umpire that wears a helmet. And another one that owns an arm shield.
Yeah.
Don't blame them.
Looks like to be...
These
He
bats.
can be a candidate to be part of the Avengers group.
Yes.
With all those tchotchkes. Umpires are wearing more protective gear, but the batters sometimes walk out without a helmet. What's happening?
I think the umpires are thinking their reflexes aren't quite as good.
Do the umpires wear a box as well?
No. I've never known that one.
And that will be 6. Rana. Absolutely remarkable. Here is a gem polished under pressure. And that's how diamonds are made.
But I'm going to put that question down to the most interesting questions I've ever been asked in cricket commentary all time.
The box?
Does an umpire wear a box?
Don't tell Rana right now. He's hitting the ball hard anyway.
No, exactly. Just don't hit it straight at the umpire and any version of his body.
I mean, we've seen the umpire skit, of course. All the things that they carry.
Oh, yeah, of course. They've got everything by the kitchen sink, haven't they?
Oh, it should be trouble. This should be trouble. The catch is complete. The Kangaroos get the foot in. End of a blitzkrieg. Ran are removed.
Gee, he hit that beautifully too. He's put his team right in the frame to win this. At a similar stage, the Kangaroos were 5 for 121. The end of this over, they'll be around that 126 to 130 mark for 4. So Indian Tigers have had their nose in front the whole game. They really should be looking to finish this off. Absar is the new player. And if I'm the Kangaroos, I'd be bowling spin to Kant. I'll be keeping spin on, and I'll have a look at how Absar handles it. The tension is building. The tension is building for both teams. Whose shoes would you rather be in right now, Suhas?
The number 15s.
The size 15. He's got
the
size
15. Yeah.
Size 15s.
Of Pakistan's Ali.
Righto, well, he's not even out there, so that's... he's got his feet up, he's got his big 15s up, having a rest. So, oh, yeah, you want a rest, you're right, you've still got jet lag.
Oh, Piyush doesn't mind it in that region. 6. Extension of arms. And the ball flies.
Can I take back my comment on the spin bowling? Was I out of line? Did you ever watch Get Smart? You Get Smart, the show.
Piyush is asking, what's the fuss about? Oh, that is not a clean collect. Had that been one, I think Piyush would have been in trouble. Because as he set off for the run, he trusted his partner blindly. Almost got sold a dummy. You're absolutely right, Grant. That area behind point. One is backward. It's very important with the way Kant is batting. A couple of shots that have been there, he's not been in control as he played those.
Would Piyush prefer to be called Piyush or Kant?
Piyush.
Piyush. Is that his first name?
Yeah, Piyush is his first.
Thank you. Yep. I just want to make sure I get those sorts of things right. As my mother, the one thing you get given is your name, and that's one thing people should be able to get right for you.
Superb stop.
In terms of spelling, pronunciation.
Yeah, Piyush Kant's meteoric rise in cricket has been just marvellous to see. He's also been a part of the ACL under-19 setup before. Wasn't the captain at that time. Manroop was the skipper. Oh, this is going through the same region. And this time it'll have the legs to go for 4.
Sorry to harp on this, but that's where we want Chetton to ask the skipper to drop himself 3 metres. He just has to go 3 or 4 metres, and now he's going to stop and give them the single, which is better than the 4. Or is he coming back up? Yes, he is, but he needs to drop around. Chetton, go, just have a word. Yeah, he's saying now the bowler's telling him to move around. About 3 metres to his left. Now he's in a better spot, and I still think he could go another metre. He's in the game here now. That's 12 to 16 runs that have gone down. Snick outside off stump to the leggy. And boy, oh boy, the Kangaroos would like that 12 or 16 runs back right now. So we've got, at the same time, the Kangaroos were about 125, 121 to 125. So that means that they've surged ahead the Indian Tigers, and it's theirs to lose. 139, 4 overs to go, chasing 178. Now, the last block of 5, the Kangaroos scored 56 and finished nicely. Left arm orthodox back into the attack. Angus. Loxall. Missed out with the bat today, having scored a 60 and a 65 already in the tournament. Got a first baller, and that can happen. Can happen to the best of us. And where are the target? Where's the field? He'll be looking arm balls.
He's so good at it, Angus. You got it right. Arm ball outside off, extra bit of pace, less revs. That's the trick. The thing with Piyush is that he's going at it with hard hands. So even if he edges, it's going to go for 4 behind square. Much like this. Much like this. Or this time it doesn't have the fuel. 2 runs taken though.
Oh,
But this is the risk that they run. The
timing,
Kangaroos.
timing of that commentary. How did you know that? You said it and he did it.
That's because he's a very strongly bottom-handed player.
Yep. Then, you're a good reader cricket.
Means something coming from you. That shot might give him a run less than the previous one, but more confidence.
This means a lot to the Indian supporters. They're clapping every run now. Means a lot. Abasar on strike. Parush gone through to 28, and what a nice little innings this has been. He's just starting to find his length with the spin bowlers.
Oh, very well bowled. He's got a different plan for Absar, Angus. A different pace as well for Absar. Wants to be more traditional a spinner for Absar. But Absar wants the big shot. Oh, that catch could have been taken. Crunch moments. And Kangaroos make mistakes.
So the Indian Tigers, they need around that sort of 39 to win off 24 at the start of the over. It's now down to less than that.
Still anybody's game, because Kangaroos have that tendency to fight back. It was always going to be Piyush's call. Into the over.
This is going right down to the wire.
145 for 4 in 16 overs.
Rana, 64, held the innings together, batted beautifully. Parush has gone with. Was going with Rana and then went through a little flat spot, but has picked up again now, and I think he holds the keys. Abasar, he looks steady so far, but there's not a time for being steady now. The strength of the Indian Tigers innings is that they've still got 6 wickets in hand, which is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, 3 more overs to go. 31 required in 18 balls. With a wicket less to spare. Momentum shifts. Men in yellow back in the game.
And the momentum starts to shift again. I've always declared, Varun declared that runs on the board, I'd much rather be in a position where if it's tight, I'd rather have the runs on the board and heap the pressure on the team chasing. And what we don't need, and this is stating the absolute obvious, but we don't need a flurry of 1 or 2 or 3 quick wickets right now. So what do you do as the batter? You don't want to get out, but you've got to score runs. Fortune favours the brave. Where are the pockets? Where are the gaps? Where are my strengths, the batter is saying? Am I better on the leg side? Do I preempt anything? Do I play the ball on its merits? All of these questions go through your mind. We're at this stage of the game. But one thing is for sure, you'd love to win the game for your team.
Soft hands and there's a single available on the offside inside the ring. Just like this.
Good thinking. Get Perush on strike. Good team thinking. 30 off 16. So we need a boundary. Do need a boundary, and I think Perush is the man who's going to take responsibility for that. And if I were he looks like he sort of likes, he favours more that sort of leg side, but I would definitely be looking over mid-off. Go over mid-off, go get anything outside of the off stump and go over the top. Dot ball. 30 off 15, 2 runs per ball required. What they would do for a 6 right now, clear the boundary.
This game's getting into a zone where Sushrut can not just rely on Kant and feed him strike, he needs to go big as well. That's a very good delivery, well planned.
Very well planned. Yorker length, outside off. Absolutely perfect. They did pick up one, so that's 29 off 14.
Yeah. $29 to get in 14. With Sushrut batting outside the crease, it becomes easier for him to complete a single. Or you could say come back for the second as well. Oh, well. We'll get a single for sure. The second run would be tight. But I just get a feeling had to go for it. $150 comes up for India. With the last ball to spare, I genuinely felt like Sushrut could have gone for that run.
And I have a feeling they're digging themselves into a hole here now, the Indian Tigers, after being in control.
Oh, it's hurt him. This is going to be painful. Piyush Kant misses out. That went straight into the ribs. Nigel rushes. The opposition rushes.
Umpire calls dead ball. And that's what I was alluding to earlier. If it's not a shot that you play in normal circumstances, and I can understand why he was looking to invent something right there. But
situation demanded it him too.
It did. But now he's been hit quite heavily, and that's that really around that really painful rib area.
Everyone waiting in with bated breath for him to wake up. Piyush is writhing in pain. The bowler followed him. Piyush had exposed the stumps. The bowler decided to follow him. And he's hit right in the ribs.
And of course, there's hardly any protection around the rib area. So when it does hit you there, it just stings. Captain of the Kangaroos, Dave Taylor, out there. And he's right, he's up. We're all very pleased to see that. Good work, Dave Taylor, Captain of the Kangaroos, Academy coach. First class cricketer, good job. But also good job, Bruce. You're up.
Piyush Khan, 29, holds the key to this run chase at this stage as the set batter and the captain of the side. What that injury scare has done is allowed the Kangaroos to finish fluids too. And discuss, get a breather, break momentum. That is so much more than a ball crashing into the ribs of the captain.
So 14 and over required now to win this game, 14. So that's going to require a couple of successful lusty hits.
28.
Yep.
In 12 balls.
Yep. 2 overs, 14 and over.
In the air, almost carried, but it's a dot ball. Oh, Sushruth needs to find the boundary rope now or go beyond. Angus is going to angle it away from the batter's arc and be as quick as possible. Long on, long off, man, a deep backward square. This should be taken 5 legs inside the circle and it's catching practice.
And I feel for the Indian Tigers because they batted so nicely for the first 15 or 16 overs, but you've got to give it to the Kangaroos. When the pressure was on, their bowlers held their nerve, maintained a line, they stuck to their plans, and now their noses are well and truly in front. It's going to take a Herculean effort from the Indian Tigers. They need a couple of quick sixes would potentially change things.
Kashif and Kant out there for the Indian Tigers. Kashif to face his first. The Indian Tigers have made a blunder so far. To face Angus, you can't have such a big backlift. He is going to dart it in. Can't realize that. Or will Angus get the better of him? Such a specialist, Angus, and he's always delivered for his side up until this point. Can he do it once more? Kant connects, Kant clears, it's 6. The Indian Tigers are still in it. The captain keeps the game alive for the Indian Tigers to tame this target. 21 needed in 8 balls. He has to be careful if he wants to put on the dancing shoes.
Well bowled. That was all about length, that ball. Couldn't be too short, he would have been gone the journey. Too full, would have been in the arc, and that was jamming up on the popping crease. And that's when you hand the ball to an experienced player.
Fine leg and third man inside the circle. Something's got to resemble a scoop. In front of the wicket, he needs to go through the corner region. Oh, this could be another catch. It is another fantastic catch. Shot third man, doesn't make a mistake. And Angus has provided not just a breakthrough, but a dot ball worth its weight in gold.
You spoke about those 1%ers yesterday, Suhas, and that's another one of them when you've got one of your better fielders fielding in a key region there, like that short gully. Now, that was an excellent catch. That was diving forward, located it, dived forward, took it millimetres off the ground, definitely out. And it brings a new player to the crease.
Remember, there was no one behind him. Had he not taken that catch with the amount of torque on that ball, would have gone past him. You never know. Even 2 runs could have been possible. That is a terrific catch.
Fortune favours the brave. He showed some courage. You've got to be courageous to throw yourself in front of the ball the best of times. But the game is on the line. And now in the last over, is this a bridge too far now for the Indian Tigers? Well, let's see what Bruce has to say about that. An early 6 would make things interesting.
Slower deliveries would be key. That's going to disappear. Man in the deep does well to keep it in play. 2 it shall be. The second run would be tough, but
he's in.
He's in. Looks absolutely spent.
Well, he's been in the wars. He's got one right in the ribs. He swung exceptionally well. He had trouble with the spin early and then got into his groove.
18 of 5. 18 of 5.
And I don't blame him for just taking a while. He adjusts his helmet, picks up his gear. Wouldn't 2 6s now make it nice and interesting?
And where does he get them? Long off is an option.
You know what he's going to hit? He's going to hit.
Or deep mid wicket.
He's going to go. He's going to actually clear long on if he does anything. Or deep third man.
Big swing and a miss. Dot ball.
Well bowled. Pace off. You can hit me if you like, but you're going to have to do all the work. Really nice death bowling. Still more than mathematically possible. I just feel there's a little twist in the tail here.
No timing on that one. And he's also got to farm the strike, the second. He's pushing for the second. And he's gone. Falling short by miles. With the end of the captain. I think the Indian Tigers will end their hopes of going over the line.
Yeah, you feel like that's the end of the section right there with the loss of Bruce, but what a wonderful innings. He's really kept his team in the game. He's the captain of the side. Couldn't do much more than what he did. And ironically, it's the second biggest total of the tournament so far, over 160, but 177 was always going to be a tough total. But they had it well in hand at the 15 over mark. They'll go down swinging. New batter Shah.
Doesn't want drama. Great game awareness this. Doesn't get the throw in.
And Shah paddles one back. Let's see if he swings this time. Swing and a miss. Great.
Near
Bowling.
perfect delivery.
Yeah, look, he's bowled so well. He's got the job. He's got the job of bowling the death over from now on, I'd say.
Yeah, the game was gone by the time Tejas Agarwal arrived.
Who's this, Morel? Good job, Morel. Very impressed with your death bowling. Excellent. Swing, miss, underarms.
Almost a replica of the previous delivery, but this time it'll end in celebration. The Kangaroos book a spot in the semis, and Indian Tigers finish winless in the tournament. The Kangaroos were absolutely professional during the crunch moments of the game.
And that's a really quality game of cricket. It was in the balance all the way through. The Indian Tigers had their noses in front at each 5-wicket block. Terrific batting again by Chetan and Collingwood for the Kangaroos. And Rana, top score for the Indian Tigers on 64. And Parush, wonderful batting performance. But it was the Kangaroos. They were too good. We'll go into the finals. We'll be back with more ACL Under-19 Cricket 2024.
trouble. And he's gone. That was... That went straight.
Yeah.
Match presentation ACL under-19. The Indian Tigers took on the Kangaroos, and the Kangaroos hold their nerve once again during the crunch moments and eke out a win. A fabulous performance indeed by the men in yellow. Without further ado, let me introduce you to the post-match presentation party. To give away the player of the match, we have Mr. Vikas Rana, a pillar of support for ACL. Welcome. Now let's quickly have a chat with the who came second, Piyush Kant. Well, lots of bruises today actually, not just the one that you got, but the result as well. Firstly, बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला इस टूर्नामेंट से और क्या आप वापस ले जाते हैं?
सर पहले तो मैं ACL कमेटी का थैंक्स करूंगा, हैरी पाजी का थैंक्स करूंगा, अपने कोचेस का जिन्होंने मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी, हमारी टीम को अपॉर्चुनिटी दी है टूर्नामेंट में खेलने के लिए। काफ़ी बड़ा इवेंट है, पिछले साल भी हम खेले थे, उसका लेवल भी काफ़ी हाई था, इस साल भी उससे भी ज़्यादा हाई लेवल है। तो सर काफ़ी अच्छा टूर्नामेंट है ये।
15 ओवर तक आप गेम में बने हुए थे और कहाँ आपको लगा कि एक और बैटर की शायद ज़रूरत थी या फिर एक पिंच हिटर की ज़रूरत थी?
सर पहले तो हमारा बॉलिंग में काफ़ी अच्छा स्टार्ट हुआ था, तो और हमारी काफ़ी मिसफील्ड फिर बीच में और एक दो ड्रॉप कैचेस की वजह से हमने उनको सोचा था कि 140 150 तक रोकेंगे, लेकिन हमने 170 177 खा लिए। तो फिर बाद में सर काफ़ी ज़्यादा स्कोर हो गया था और बैटिंग अच्छी चल रही थी हमारी, लेकिन एक दो बैट्समैन और क्लिक करता तो हमने जीत जाना था मैच।
एक आखिरी सवाल, रैना के बारे में क्या कहेंगे? एक अच्छी इनिंग्स अंडर प्रेशर।
सर ही इज़ अ गुड बैट्समैन एंड होपफुली कि अगले साल भी वो इससे भी अच्छा करेगा। अगर वो पहले एक दो मैचेस में होता तो सर हमने वो भी जीत जाते थे।
Hard luck today. All the very best for the next season then.
Thank you, sir.
Piyush Kant, the captain of Indian Tigers. Let's have a chat with the winning skipper of Kangaroos, Savar. The boys have done it again, Savar. It doesn't really matter which situation you put them in, they find a way out.
Yeah, look, we're very adaptive. Not everything goes to plan with us, but you know, we come back stronger and we try to find a way to win.
You've shown that being a good leader also means developing leadership qualities in all the other 10 in the side too, because I sense that everybody took responsibility and also adjusted the field when they have to and communicated really well.
Yeah, look, it helps my job a lot when they're helping me, so taking into accountability that I can't do everything, so it does help a lot, and they do a good job.
Sending Tanishq up the order, it was a master move indeed. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, yesterday we just thought how could we utilize the power play effectively, and we just thought by putting him up there it will work, and came off.
3 wickets in the power play though, and the way you bounced back, what was going through your mind at that time? Because this is a very different match compared to all the other wins.
Yeah, we were on the back foot a little bit, but we just thought, let's just face the opening bowler. He was the most effective one, their captain. He bowled pretty well, but after him, we just thought we can take back the game, which we did, and yeah, hit it hard, and we made a good total.
Well, you can say one thing with certainty, you are in the semis. Congratulations on another win. All the best for the bigger games.
Thank you.
Captain Savar, ironing out the chinks before the bigger games. Now let's give away some silverware. I request Mr. Vikas Rana, the pillar of support of ACL, to give away that wonderful trophy for the player of the match. And the player of the match is Tanishq Chetan for another brilliant 40-odd, 44. A new rule, but aced the new role, didn't he? Tanishq, slightly longer answers, that's all we need. Just like your innings today. To be honest, this 40, very different from what you had scored before. When did you know that you would be sent up the order?
Just last night, my captain said, you're batting 3. I was like, okay. And sort of planned out my innings, what I have to do.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's it.
Some of the shots that you played yesterday were similar to the ones that you played today as well. It's just that the field restrictions were very different that were offered to you in the power play, of course, and those went for 4. Did it ease the pressure a little bit? Do you like to play more up top now?
Yeah, I do. Because the field's all the fielders are in. It's like I can hit far, I take the risks, and I would probably have less a chance of getting caught on the boundary and stuff. But yeah, it sort of eased up my pressure when we were three down or something. So yeah, it was pretty good.
What was the discussion among the bowlers? Because it looked like certain bowlers had preferred ends to bowl from.
From the other side? Yeah. So you can say that again. Sorry.
It looked like you wanted a prefer end to bowl from as well, and just like the other pacers did so as well. Was that the case in the first place? Because there was a lot of chatter whenever the ball had to be exchanged.
No, it's just ball from whatever
Yeah.
end I felt like.
All right, and finally, the pace and spin. This track was assisting both. How did you target which bowler to go at?
I was just targeting at like maybe bowlers that were not turning it a lot. I mean, not many spinners were turning it, but there was a few like the leggies that one got me out turn. So I was trying to just place those safe, which didn't work. I think I should have hit that. But yeah, anything that didn't turn, I was trying to just hit those for ones, and then yeah, that's pretty much it.
Really well played and wonderful in terms of running between the wickets too. All the very best for the bigger games.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Player of the match, Tanishq Chetan, and he's making it a lovely habit of picking up this award. That's all we've got for you from the post-match presentation. We'll meet you shortly at the toss of the second game.